detail. Okay, not. I don't know what we're doing tonight. And of course, this gets redeemed. Good stream, good stream, good stream. Good stream, chat, good stream. We're wrapping it up here. That's it. We've peaked. We can't go any farther than this. All right, gamers, do you got your evidence list loaded? Do you? Laugh track. I should re-add that soon. Get your evidence list out. Go maybe shift through the evidence. Give yourselves a refresher on everything that's happened. Basically, we got convicted for murder, but another murder showed up, and now they're trying to convict Maya for that murder as well. So they're holding off on the final verdict because they're going to convict me for both. So yeah, fun stuff. Very exciting. One second, I might have to reset something. Reset position, go, boom. Okay, now we're good. This is when Maya becomes a mass murderer. Maya just murders when she pleases, you know? We can't stop her. She's allowed, she's a grown-ass woman now. If she wants to kill someone, she can. It's not a big deal. All right, but yeah, chat, make sure your evidence lists are up because it's time. It's time to game. We're gonna get started. We got a lot of game to get through. Here we go, gamers. May 11th, 1:03 p.m. Temper. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, Rah! Mr. Ray! Helby, I saw the whole trial! What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? I'm worried about that too. But right now, I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadmati. Yes? This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. Oh, I wish I knew what to do. Acolyte Zealot? Oh, his robotic, his name is Hooray Zealot. Zealot was murdered? Yes, he's dead. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rifa? Oh, it's you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murderer under the Defense Culpability Act. No, he's just not in my fucking list anymore. He's just gone. He's fucking gone. Jeez. Ugh. See, she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you and had to leave the job to others. Bro rat himself out of the evidence. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. I guess that answers my question. What happened to Steve-ish? He used the command that makes all of his messages vanish. Don't worry about it. He's fine. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be! All I did was to defend my client. Ugh, can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Your benevolence. Oh, Barbed Head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Did you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want. I care not. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate like forge evidence? What's this? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know? Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed Head? Yes? I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course, that's the only explanation. I was just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. But your benevolence! It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. First of all, what's important to understand about Rhymefoot chat is that 1, she's 14. 2, she's 14. 3, she was raised by people. She was raised like this. She was raised to not be questioned. Idoling. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Unnecessary evidence unloaded onto Albie. All right, let's see what's gone. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. All right, chat, we got to get rid of some evidence. Okay, so it looks like the envelope is gone. Wanted poster is gone. The mountain range poster is gone. Warbat arrow is gone. The prayer flags are gone. Bloodstained letter is gone. Ritual curtain is gone. Fuck, the rights guide is gone. Jesus Christ, it's a great evidence reckoning. Okay. The great evidence has been reckoning. Now then, the scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. To think someone would be killed here, a place devoted to prayer. A body outlined in flowers? Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? There's something different about the prayer flags today. As the High Priest's disciple, Acolyte Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First the High Priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this how? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright. Emma. It's that detective from your country again. It's the princess. You seem displeased that I am here. Oh, no, don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. And if I had just done mine, Mr. Wright. But it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly, I'll help in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not! You're talking to a professional here. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure. The victim is Furry Zealot. He was the High Priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So during the High Priest murder trial. That's right. Apparently, he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, it barely lasted a few minutes. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. Damn, that dagger in its upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped. Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done, but the victim remained bent over in prayer. When they went over to check on him, they discovered he was dead, right? The crime photo has been added to the court record. Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between... Let me get this picture first, Emma, give me a second. Emma, calm down. Okay, it's in. So he saw nothing. Sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the High Priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite, and the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the High Priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the High Priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. I pasted nothing? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's there. It's there. Are you high? I think I just didn't save it. I did, bitch. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? We got more evidence to put in, chat. We got a whole new murder. Whoops. My Zealot autopsy report says a note found in the dressing room after the incident that bears Trucy's signature. Yeah, that's that I forgot to update that properly. Okay, I've updated it properly now. Everything is good to go. I want to know. Well, barbed head, out with it. Oh, so the princess of the spirit medium kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Submati holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death, but the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long somebody's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed head, present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you are not dead yet. Of course I'm not! It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. I fail to see the humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How's that even possible? Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. Oh, right, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer, they didn't see or hear anything. Can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains that there was no witness. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence: the dagger. Sadly, yes. Could you tell me about the murder weapon? The killer used the Warbad dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled on the victim's upper back. The accused fingerprints were found on the dagger, weren't they not? Yes, they were. The Warbad dagger added to the court record. With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about a motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What do the police think about this matter? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. So you say, but let us now hear what the police thinks about the matter. The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who has been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel, and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime. There's no way Maya is that Lady Kira. I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. I really blew it in court today. Objection, your majesty, my client is just a silly guy with a huge tail. Yes, I could not possibly commit a crime. This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence, what does it say here? The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude. But if you must know, it says, at the usual spot, bring grub, the key too. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I have ever seen. Just imagine praying, bring food, and the key too. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Brand new flag added to the court record. Whoops. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose. Evidence uploaded. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. It's strange that there are no bloodstains, though. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze, or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. I don't think it works like that, bro. Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that that would have been very difficult considering the position he was in. So these flowers were left here in memory of Acolyte Zealot? What are they called? They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. Seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. Namanda flower added to the court record. Okay, that message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is that I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, Detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sedmati for direction of duty. I'm going! Well, see you later, Mr. Wright. And good luck. I should really pay a visit to everyone in every place connected with this case. Hello, I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh, it's you. Barbed head, you are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Belieb, are you? She lost her beloved husband, and now Acolyte Zealot, who was like a son to her. Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. Very well. And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Miss and me. That probably means she isn't a rebel. Morning, Hanataro. Is this about poor Puree? Oh, I'm sorry, but
nice
I don't... Thanks, Secret. I don't think I can talk about that right now. But what about Maya? She's innocent. Maya, I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband, and now Puree? Miss and me, you don't really believe that Maya is the killer, do you? I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case, but the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now, my faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused? What food am I nomming? I'm just getting some sauce from this hamburger helper that I have left over. He'll squeeze himself into the crime scene. True. That's right. All right, then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Belieb? My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Kuranism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence. I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Paulo alone, buddy. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple?
About 2 years ago, my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains. He came across Purre collapsed on the ground, and that's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear?
And he'd been living here ever since? About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Kurain.
Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family too.
I see. If this is where Acolyte Zealot lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. A photo of the High Priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. Since Maya's in it, it must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Miss Amy about it. Family photo added to the court record.
To think that this would be their final family photo. That no-good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the 2 men from whom she would soon kill.
I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them.
That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and biting malice behind it.
I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal. Look at her chat. She's precious. We must protect Maya at all costs. Oops. How do you find yourself? Who knows, man? Maya's just cursed. So is Phoenix, because Phoenix also finds himself in these situations. Not as the defendant, but as the person who has to defend them this shit. Can I ask you about this photo?
It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held.
The Feast of Blessings. Would you mind telling me a little more about it?
This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings.
The Feast of Blessings.
Yes, it's forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before it is performed, we enjoy dishes full of ginjil, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You loved the ginjil-based dishes I make, didn't you, dear?
Ginjil. I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some.
Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite, and only between noon and 3 p.m.
That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong?
A very good guess indeed. It's to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcomed to the next day.
Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was a cross between garlic and mint.
After the Feast of Blessings, Purre went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him.
What was Maya doing at the time?
Shortly after Purre left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that.
Leap's statement added to the court record. Wait, I don't have an evidence for this. The fucking wiki lied to me again. This wiki is the worst, dude. It's the exact same fucking wiki. Fine. So Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. Evil Wiki. According to the newspaper, on the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had iced over.
Perry always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I have ever known.
That's why his name is Praise a Lot.
He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others.
I don't know why, but that's kind of intimidating to me. Thought that I'd made some progress by now, but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information even here.
You seem disappointed.
Listen, me, is there anything else you could tell me?
Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Barbed head!
Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
We have paid a visit to all the people and places connected with this case. I think it's about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you?
Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today.
I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too. And you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do.
I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow.
It's not like I don't believe in you. It's just...
Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see.
Okay.
You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence.
It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world.
Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't till the bitter end.
There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that Nephite practitioner's soul.
Neophyte? Is that how you pronounce that word? It doesn't matter.
Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her.
I pronounced it right? Neophyte? Okay. Wait. Was that her attempt at comforting me?
Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you.
She obviously doesn't know me very well.
Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted, and...
Hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what are you...
What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls.
Nick here is risking his life to defend me.
And that is why I told you it will come to
No, it won't. Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to. He's defending his client no matter what.
Enough. There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. Here we have the divination seance.
But your insights were wrong. Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error?
Oh, you dare bring Her Holiness's name into this? You know nothing, you phony baloney!
Please, you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick, I got a little carried away. It's not really like me, huh? No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner.
How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you.
I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may see these terrible things. It's just the way she was raised, I guess. Is really acting childish? Wow, gee whiz, it's almost like she's 14! Of course she's childish, she is a child! Could you try to remember what happened one more time?
I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the right onward.
Oh, right. You suddenly felt sleepy and everything after that's a blank.
Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there.
Right. Were you close to Acolyte Zealot? Toddler temper trample mobile trials. That's what happens when you're raised as the special little princess that can do no wrong. Blame the parents.
We met several times during the meetings about the rite, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet.
Didn't you eat together the day before the rite?
Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know the salty noodles at Elden Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time.
Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. It's stress-free for her because nobody says she's wrong, Anatoro. It's... At least not until now. So what was Acolyte Zealot like when you were eating?
He seemed to be enjoying the food, but as soon as we were done, he left to go pray.
And what did you do?
Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite.
That coincides with Mrs. Amy's description of events. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira?
When the rite started, it was just me and Happenimni.
But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira.
I know. Yeah, Lady Kira. I wish I could have seen her in the flesh.
Yeah, let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum.
Ah, but what if she came from the sky? You know, like that bushy-beard paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings.
That's from the Plumed Punisher TV show, right?
How'd you know?
Maya, you're an open book. Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings.
Oh, I've got it this time.
There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plumed Punisher bases here in Kurain? Can we please stop talking about the Plumed Punisher show for a sec, Maya?
I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks.
Well, I should get going now.
Sorry I wasn't any help.
Don't worry, I've got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at Eldune's, or your favorite burger joint. Your pick.
Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large hamburg steak topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds.
You can have whatever you like. But first, I have to beat the charges.
Ah, I almost forgot. What is it? I have a favor to ask.
Okay, but why are we whispering?
I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting it and holding on to it for me?
Sure. So what's this super important thing?
In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets.
That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? Explains all the whispering. If Rythma found out, all heck would break loose.
Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops! Don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret.
The Tome of Secrets contains secrets. Imagine that.
What are you two whispering about?
Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it.
You're up to something. I just know it.
Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Miss Indy's probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for.
I am watching you like a warbad, Barbed Head. You had better not steal anything.
I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for.
Then get on with it.
I would if you stopped interrupting me. Ah, here's Maya's bag.
Huh? What is that strange patch on her bag?
It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She got all sorts of merchandise related to it.
I see. He looks strikingly similar to the plumed Punisher.
They are similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came first.
I see. How interesting.
Raiva seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between Plume Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. You love this theme? Don't worry, Jackies, I do too. Although, how are you doing today? Okay. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plume Punisher fan? But I digress. I better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about. Tome of Secrets added to the court record.
Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now?
Speaking that name is forbidden, chat, so don't you dare say it. Don't you dare say it. I'm watching you. Chat, I'm watching you. Banned. You're gonna say it? Don't you fucking do it. Hold on a second. The string around it's coming undone. Whoops. Idiot. Oh. Ah! You fool! Don't let lay his eyes upon it! Put it away! Quickly! Before we go blind! I'm gonna have to say Lady Kira's theme is a banger, dude. Relax, my hand just slipped.
This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out.
Oh, right. This book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your Benevolence, would you mind if I ask you some questions?
This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you.
Well, can't you make an exception?
If you insist.
Nanya! Nanya.
Out of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite.
Very important. What's written inside?
Yes, I see. Really? Is it all right to reveal that?
Your Benevolence?
Patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name.
Her true name? Is the name really that important of a secret?
To a curious priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know.
What's so important about a name?
Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name.
So, like, what happens if you, like, change your name legally? Does the soul just know? Does the soul... Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize but you don't know their name. Makes it impossible to get their attention.
Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and a true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Kurinist's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use.
The queen has a secret art?
It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess.
Oh, it's spirit channeling. In Kurinism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. Well, I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. Could you tell me about the secret art of the queen you spoke of?
Come again?
Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? Oh!
It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you.
I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it.
A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique.
Breaking news, Kurinism exposed as transphobic. Wow, I wouldn't be surprised at this point, considering that they're lawyer-phobic. Are you winning, son? To some degree. Third rate is a bit harsh. I'd even settle for second.
What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face.
The heck is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right?
Well now, I see you have done your homework.
I guess I studied a bit.
With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not?
I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times.
Indeed. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death.
So even a spirit that's brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled.
Yes, and yet, it clearly recalls all the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queen has also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded and how we have maintained our unique culture.
So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics.
It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother.
Illegal immigrants?
Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to Kurinism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature, who have been driven from their own lands.
Dubious nature. Driven from their own land. Gasp in Pain definitely fits that bill. They sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Can you channel spirits, Your Benevolence?
I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability.
So her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's.
You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you?
Damn, she read me like a book. Don't be ridiculous.
It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop! The divination seance was once one of the important rules fulfilled by the queen. That is what my mother taught me when I was little.
So the queen can perform the dance of devotion. That'd be a sight to see.
Someday I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day.
Forgive my ignorance, Your Benevolence.
You shall see. It will not be long before I, too, master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Kurain.
Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. For all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya.
Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling.
That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium...
Are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Gira?
I guess she saw that one coming.
Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace.
Of course.
My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Karain would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third rate.
Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there! After him! Don't let him escape!
What is all that racket? What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town?
Escaped prisoner? You mean that guy with the bushy beard?
There is no reason to panic. The police are on his trail.
He's no longer a suspect, but he might know something, considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look!
Wait!
Caspin has a passport. Oh, my aching back. Forgot how badly I injured it. Ow, ow, ow. I need to do some stretching and exercise more when I get back home. Ah, Mr. Wright.
Hey, Albie. Tess, or Bubble, have you seen how...
Are you all right, sir?
1 second. Have you seen that escaped prisoner out here?
Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area.
He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken to the air again, could he? Barbed head. I told you to wait.
It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. Obel could be lurking nearby.
What sort of a princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me?
She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I was an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? Chat, where would you hide if you were an escaped prisoner? But first, let's examine the bird. Allow me to explain. This bird is known as a warbad. It's only found here in Corinne. That's the warbad.
Oh, right. The bird Lady Gira based herself on.
It's a really beautiful bird. Tourists must love it. They usually do. There's just one thing about it that's kind of hit or miss. Its unusual cry drives children to tears. It can even make some adults collapse in fear. Maybe they should keep such a fearsome creature in a less crowded area. It is a beautiful bird. In the distant background mountains, of course. The open sewer? Yeah, it's the open sewer. That manhole cover. It's open. Oh! What is it, Shadow? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Could Shadow track Mr. Arbol if we had something with the rebel scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I got something with Mr. Arbol's scent on it. Something he might have touched. Well, chat, what is something Arbol might have touched? I'm having you think about this one, chat. Think, chat, think! Think, motherfucker, think! Think, chat! The wanted poster is no longer in our inventory, robotic janitor. Maybe you should refresh the inventory list. We literally do not have that anymore. Fudge. Check the evidence list. Find it? No. There's really only one thing in here that makes even a lick of sense to be his. Robotic janitor wants to present the brand new flag. One more yes. Actually, it doesn't really matter. I'll just present. Here, Shadow, how about this? I hope it works. I think he picked up a scent. Mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. Your benevolence. I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait! Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about. That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent looking down there. Oh, are you worried about me? No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove Maya innocent. But how could you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She has already been found guilty. Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their client to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You lame brain. Do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Be careful. I am the law. Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Wham. Ah! Ow, ow, ow. What happened? I went down into the manhole and then... Oh, you finally came to. Ah! I remember that face anywhere. Oh shit, he shaved. And that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. There could be no mistake. It's him. That's a rebel. Can't get over that fucking name, dude. Yikes! Sorry, I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Oh, why are you making that face? Hey, you want an apple? I thought he was going to kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. But right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office. What else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yup, just like you. Crane's public enemy #1 is an ex-lawyer. Didn't see that one coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. I'm tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. I can't find any to pick up the last of my stuff. Okay, that's a rebel is now in the profiles. Okay. Really? That man's eating apples core and all. Yeah, he's a psychopath. Don't worry about him. I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice and slip out of Corain. Well, wait a second. That fucking face. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Terestami and his acolyte Perezalot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if it'd be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I wonder how true that really is. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about it. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with this murder, I meant it. Okay then, where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already done. I must have been out cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all? You got that right. Then why did you say you did when you testified? Well, that, since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has caused me? Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. This absolute fucking buffoon, dude. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime, but weren't involved in it. Got it. So Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yup, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You've got to be kidding me. But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yeah, that'd be it. Actually, your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Is this a law book? A dragon's mark been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels? That's Dirk? That's right. And that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. Must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. Dirk's law book added to the court record. He must have done a lot of research on the Defense Culpability Act. He practically wore out the entire section. Incense and white flowers. The flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Arbol? Something wrong with flowers? Oh, no. It's just traditional thing here in Korean. Pay no mind. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center? He doesn't look so evil. And both his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yudi. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sanbadi. Prosecutor Sanbadi is Dirk's son? That he is! Yudi was once a rebel too! He used to really respect his old man, both as a father and as a lawyer. Then why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yudi decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed it looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Korean's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yudi was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. Sure, he helped overthrow Garan one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself. So he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. What about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. His name's Apollo. What the fuck, chat? Gasp. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. It really is Apollo. He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Arball's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Apollo, I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. And I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice, though. There's a ladder leading underground. He must have brought me in through there. But there's no reason for me to leave yet. I should see what else Mr. Arball has to say. There are bowls and platters of food here. But it's still warm, as if this was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Arball. Guys as big and strong as me got even bigger appetites, you know? But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. So sorry if I offended you. But first, let's start with an appetizer. Where is he getting all those apples from? Want to join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? You got plenty of sewer lizards, too. Thanks, but I already ate. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please wait, I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the Inner Sanctum in the first place? Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. He should have tried hightailing out of Karain like I'm doing. Psych locks. Mr. Arball is hiding something, but I won't know exactly what until I undo those locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Arball? Not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just have to use my Magatama on him then.
Take that!
Wake up, Chad. It's time to lawyer. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? Yeah, you can keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How could you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garan regime. Hang on, do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the high priest's deaths really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing. Well, chat. What wouldn't be in this room if he didn't feel a thing? Chat? Chat? Evidence it up, bitches! Stevish wants to present Dirk's Law Book. What does that have to do with anything? You don't know? Try looking deep into your heart. I still don't get it. But I'm starting to think you don't either. Why does it feel so much worse when it's him he's pointing out my failures? Told you I couldn't care less about the High Priest. Really? Because I'm pretty sure I have something that points to his grief. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing. Cryptware wants to present the Namanda flower. I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Kurain. The High Priest deaths hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well? Yo! Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just a Kurain's way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? You're reading into this too much. I told you I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk and the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. How exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. Robotic Janitor wants to present the flag. Take that! I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? No. They brought this food for you at your request. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it. I requested the grub. But Alex is taking advantage of him, that's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I'm not going to stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I was going to kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I could tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside you. What are we doing here, chat? Accord wants to present the law book. Take that! Dirk's law book? I'm no lawyers. What does that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. What of it? You have the same mark on your scarf tied to your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. JP wants to present the badge! Take that! When a person's back is against a wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now, admit it. You never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes, it's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside you, too. I'd plan to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said. I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep, and I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I could do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key? Yep, plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And B, that it's super secret, we couldn't just have any ordinary key. I see. Golden orb added to the court record. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Jay, that's creepy. It's a chopping blade. You would have just taken your head clean off. So true. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya suspected of being a rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me. Whoever she is, she's bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and luring us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk? Framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you for just sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. And that Lady Kira figure is... Yep, she's just some lick spittle working for the Garan regime. Wow. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Because you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly. The Garan regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. Ugh, I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'll probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Our goal? To get rid of that evil, no-good Defense Culpability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader, Dirk, who did it. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling ya. He was? Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. The significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances court even before the DC Act? You bet they were! Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing? Right! It's like Dirk used to say. The Royal Priestess insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep, the insights became the only truth and arguing against them was banned.
As Royal Priestess, it's my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe.
From what I've seen, Rytha would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's where Dirk's been rebelling against? Yep, all we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. They're all like, damn the fangs of the divine dragons. That's a rebel. You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See ya when I see ya. Alley-oop. Indy's gone. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that, and I've already spent way too much time here. May 11th, Khura'in Bazaar. My eyes! Ooh, I finally got out of there. Mr. Wright! I'm so glad you're okay. I'm so worried about you. Shadu, what happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help.
Well, did you find anything of worth?
Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been out cold for a while. I better keep things to myself for now.
I figured as much.
I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Arbol was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. Well, chat, where should we go then? I'm gonna have you guys figure this out. Basically cursed. Where am I going, chat? Hanataro says the inner sanctum. We're gonna go with the first thing that chat says. See if it's right or wrong.
Barb Ted, you already searched here, did you not?
Oh, I just thought I'd look around again. You know, in case I missed something. I probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home, leave no stone unturned.
Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that one.
Actually, I don't have a clue is written all over your face. Hi, meme. No, we shouldn't. Let's take a closer look, shall we? It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Hey, this eye is missing.
What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason.
Sorry. But that shape, I wonder. Well, chat. I knew it. What? She must be at a loss for words, and that doesn't happen too often.
What is this place? Explain yourself at once, barbed head!
I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but seems to be a secret rebel hideout. I'm shocked there's a secret door here. I imagine that goes double for Raifa.
A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum? Someone will pay for this!
Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around.
Wait, you must not enter before the police?
Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see...
Fine. Just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police.
Of course. Now, shall we?
I will go no further.
Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles.
Very good, barbed head. I commend you for remembering.
Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her?
I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a warbad from the entrance here.
I told you I'm not going to do anything. Better hurry before she changes her mind.
I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water.
That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. What about that warbad revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space.
To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It is a desecration upon Puranism itself. The defiant dragons shall pay for this.
I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. I think I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots.
Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission!
Raifa's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Rebel hideout photo added to the court record. Now to search every nook and cranny. Okay.
Barbed head, just because it's hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things.
I heard you the first time. Sheesh. Look!
What is it, barbed head?
It's a plumed Punisher claw.
Why, I believe it is a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the Plumed Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, barbed head.
Ah! She snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Raifa is definitely a huge fan.
What a fine item. And this switch, if I am right...
It's the Plumed Punisher theme song.
Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Plumed Punisher fans.
That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. There's Plumed Punisher calendar here.
Now I understand. The villains in the Plumed Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira.
I doubt that's it. So this is the water source that supplies the inner sanctum spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor heading outside.
Lady Kira uses the sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body.
It's also not red like the water in the spring. Ear. Ire. Whatever. What's this? A bloodstain? I should probably try to figure out what happened in here.
Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive.
The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these. I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminal testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Luminal testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood, so it can even detect areas where blood has been wiped up. It might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put these red-tinted glasses on to see the luminals glow. Then I just press space wherever I want to spray some luminol. Areas where there was blood will react by turning blue. I'm covering it. This is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here.
Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in there from under the Werebat statue.
There was definitely a lot of blood here, but it's impossible to say much else at this point. There's blood on my tail? Fuck! Oh, right. Luminal reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. That should do it! I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the Warbad revolving door passed over it? The Rebel hideout photo updated in the court record. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Weapons! And lots of them, too! The tail thirsts.
We are lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barb Ted.
Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. A large stone slab. It's shaped like a magatama. It looks rather unstable. I bet it'd tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthy, grass-like smell?
It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone.
Oh, so the shaggy green stuff is moss. It looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa! The slab's starting to wobble!
What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space?
Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. Looks like an order from Dirk.
What's this? Let me see that.
I thought you were not supposed to touch anything in here.
It is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, Holy Mother!
What does it say?
It is an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the rite, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk.
23 years ago? He must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand.
This will not do. I must warn my mother at once.
No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot Inmi is no longer able to aid the rebels.
I knew that. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred space? Barbhead, you must burn it at once!
Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything?
This is an exception. Very well, if you will not do it, then I will.
But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. For once, the strange customs in this kingdom are working in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Well, I think that covers about everything here. Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that.
It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently.
Sorry.
Well, Barbhead, have you not already seen enough?
I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way!
I do not understand, Barbhead.
What don't you understand?
Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation. After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods.
What? Who told you that?
My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose.
That were so, she wasted her whole day following me around.
What is it? Prosecutor Sadbody has need of me.
What's going on?
I must go perform a divination seance for Pure Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins.
I see.
The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow, and I will teach that Nephite practitioner a lesson.
What did I say before? It was like, I pronounced it right before, and now I'm pronouncing it wrong, I think. Neophyte, right?
Neophyte practitioner a lesson.
Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence.
Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I'm finished with you tomorrow.
Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? Alright, let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger, and Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know. It's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. Fuck. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Kurain. None of that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow people to be controlled by fear and violence. That sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of the Minister Inga's subordinates, that would extradite Ms. Maya. Fortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. There was a bloodstain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this case, though. Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with the tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence. We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Rafia's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. Right, it's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess' insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure out sometimes, sir. If an ancient seance worked both ways before the Defense Culpability Act, it's only now that the people of Karain find it strange.
Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say good luck tomorrow.
Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Raipa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. To be continued. Trial time, baby. All right, chat, we're going to take a break. Get some water, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, stretch your tails. We're going to take a small break. I'll be right back with some water and some refreshments. So do not go anywhere. It's time for you to put your lawyer caps on because you're going to be doing some thinking next. Be back. Water obtained, tail stretched, ready to game. All right, chat, are you back? You fucking awake? Slap your fucking head. Go, go, go. Get thinking. It's lawyer time. It's time for lawyering. You ready to lawyer? Because I'm ready to lawyer. Let's do it. May 12th, 9:34 a.m. High Court of Karain. Used. Lobby. Your ass cannot defend. Maya looks exhausted, and I can't blame her. Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? It doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end. I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plumed Punisher, right? You bet.
You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed Head. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that?
I'm all fired up and raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Lightfoot doesn't seem in the best spirits herself.
Go ahead. Feign confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day.
Guess it was just my imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya, let's head on in. May 12th. High Court of Kurain. Day 2. Court is now in session. All rise. Now then, if everybody is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty.
The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay.
Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sunbody.
I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder, let us hasten this trial, so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery.
I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the High Priest. And today she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Perez-a-Lot. Now then, Prosecutor Sunbody, your opening statement, if you would.
Certainly. The accused has now slain 2 of the most devout clergymen in Curanism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough.
Well, then, what terrible fate awaits her?
Algipulcon Hell, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galoon of Pulimenton. Furthermore,
Gosh, enough! My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused.
as you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the High Priest's disciple, Perez-a-Lot. He had been training under the High Priest while living at the priest's home.
I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end.
The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the Purification Rite. It was a bold crime committed out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The Vorbat dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly.
Ah, the Warbat dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice.
We have already established that the accused prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself.
No, I didn't do it!
Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused, Maya Fey, is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence.
Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness?
The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I need no need to debate this any further.
But... well, once your benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see.
Your Majesty, might I have a word?
Something the matter, Prosecutor Sunbody?
It is about the divination seance.
Your benevolence!
Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadmati. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds.
What was that all about?
Barbed Head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees.
I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Raifa's insights. Very well. The divination seance, if you please, your benevolence.
Yes, let us begin. Nayan. Nanya. Nanya nya nya. Nya nya nya. Nya nya na nanya. Na na nya na.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
All right, chat. I'm gonna skip this. I have a reason for doing so. Trust me, okay? Yes, your imagination. Yes, we were. Nothing. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence! What in the world?
I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out to the spirit's names many times, but to no avail. Just as I thought.
Wait, what does he know that we don't?
I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it's customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand.
Come to think of it.
I must go perform a divination seance for Perezilot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice.
It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties.
I am not anything of the sort! The victim spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why! It is my sacred duty to convey the truth to the divination seance!
Raifa. What are we to do without a divination seance?
I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused guilt, with or without a divination seance.
Ha 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 ha! You never failed to impress, Prosecutor Sunbody. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance?
Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on an accused crime. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it.
I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Maya, please, you're not helping.
How dare you! The voice of Amitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you! Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it could pose no counter-arguments without the seance?
No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Senbody suggested.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, I will not forget this, barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me.
Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Sorry, Mr. Wright.
Detective Sky, I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must let them go and move on.
But...
There is only one way to save them now, by giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the eternal flames.
Oh, I can't do this! Oh, no eating in the Secret Hall of Justice! Mr. Sky! Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out, eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Faye.
How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed.
Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was Perez-Zalot. He had been training under the High Priest and living in his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far. I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealot, because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rifa told me about how the divination seance works. If I can figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. All right, they basically spelled it out for us, chat. We're pressing. The latest victim was Perez-Zalot. What kind of person was Acolyte Zealot? According to the neighbors and others who knew him, he was a deeply devout youth.
I, too, have heard his name mentioned as one who was fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the High Priest's star disciple.
Furthermore, he had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. 2 years? Are you sure about that? We took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborate our initial findings. What about you, Maya?
Well, when I first came here, I saw Zealot praying under the High Priest's instruction.
I see. So the results of the police investigation seem to check out. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. Was Mrs. Inme's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But what?
His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced.
Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses the deceased's face and true name to summon their spirit.
Why, yes, that is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID and there's no mention of it in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Ukraine.
An illegal immigrant? Come to think of it, Rifa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. I'd always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Kuranese. Oh, Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception into the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name.
Hold it!
Isn't there some way to track down his real name? No, not if he was an illegal immigrant. Have you actually confirmed that he was in Korea illegally? Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence. But there's also no evidence of him being a citizen of Korea either. Oh boy, now what do we do? What if there was a clue in the evidence you gathered? That's probably our only hope at this point. If he really was an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest.
Hold it!
Maya isn't that Lady Kira who's been going around capturing rebels. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but... One second, chat. I'm checking some things.
Objection!
That verdict was already handed down in the previous trial. It is no longer a point of dispute, and I will not allow you to make it so.
But...
No ifs, ands, and most of all, no buts. The accused was posing as Lady Kira, and she killed Acolyte Zelot because she mistakenly believed him to be a rebel.
That's not true! I'm sorry. The verdict has already been read in that case. I have to assume that it's fact now. Now what do we do? Now I know why the divination seance failed, but... nothing's really changed. Yeah, which means we're in big trouble. If he really was an illegal immigrant, it's going to be real hard to find out his real name. I guess our only choice is to give up on the whole divination seance thing. If only there was some way to find out the victim's real name. Alright, chat, we've pressed everything. What do we do? This is the new statement. Okay, we've got two options here. Representing the Plume Punisher strap and Prime Photo.
Objection!
Sorry, Detective Sky, but the police missed something important in their investigation.
Huh? What are you talking about?
The victim was undeniably a Kuranese native, and this crime scene photo proves it.
It does?
It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Kuranese.
Where? I don't see anything that would prove that.
This proves the victim was Kuranese. Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's the tattoo of a peach? I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo.
Oh, the victim really liked peaches?
Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Korean.
They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. Sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself.
Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya, right now we have bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the High Priest's brow. Oh my! What? This mark is only borne by members of the Kurinist clergy. By the way, if anyone was curious, it does mention that here, if you needed to know where the evidence was. That explains this.
So that is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different shapes?
Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Kurinist clergy bear. Hey, you're right! Until about 20-some-odd years ago, everyone did get one, did they? I myself bear one on my right buttock.
That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty.
Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if we get any hits.
That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy, I have it all right here.
Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill?
There is just one, and his name is Real Nemu.
Yeah!
He became a monk 20 years ago.
Getting a bit lazy. Then that must be the victim's real name. Yes, it's been updated. Why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented.
You are but digging your own grave, Defense.
We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope.
Very well.
Let the divination seance be held once more.
Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise.
Bring it on, Princess. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights.
You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence.
That's literally what they are. It's like... Whatever, man. Can we talk about how Emma seems to be perfectly okay with these seances being a thing and how unscientific they are? But whatever, mates, whatever, man.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
We will watch this one. We are not skipping this one. Fuck you. You're gonna watch the dance and you're gonna like it, chat. Skip it, streamer. Fuck you. Appreciate the artistry of this dance. Unsubbing? Damn. Look, man, they worked really hard on this animation. You don't understand. It happens, and it's repeatable. It is going to be with the conclusions. You know what? You've got a point there, Hanatoro. They just keep cutting, pasting it everywhere. Not everywhere. They only use it for the seances. Who's playing the music? I am. No, not last chapter. There wasn't any seance in chapter 2. Oh my! It's just as Mr. Wright summarized. Furry Zealot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last we have seen the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground.
You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts?
Nah.
I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt.
You did? Ha 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 ha! A most surprising surprise attack! So, tell us, Prosecutor Somebody, what is this conclusive evidence you have found?
The Plumed Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation.
Hey, that's my Plumed Punisher strap!
When you press the Magatama on the Plumed Punisher's belt,
Ah!
it seems the accused had inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye?
You better not break it! There's only one of those in the whole wide world! Maya! Maya, no! Maya, you dumb bitch!
It's just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you.
She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either.
It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused.
That is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections... Slow down there, Your Majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it, and I just don't know what they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly.
You do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there is to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it.
Raifa's insight.
The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the scene to the plumed punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade stuck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true.
I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very carefully. Here we go, chat. This is a pretty short video, at least. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme to the plumed punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. What is Jinjil? Check your evidence. What's one? It's this one. This is statement 2. This is statement 3. This is statement 4. And this is statement 5. JP wants to present Jinjil on this statement. Do we agree?
Objection!
Was it really the night of the rite?
What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during the purification rite.
The only problem is the deceased spirits does not corroborate that.
What's this?
Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says Jinjil? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any Jinjil on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled Jinjil on the night of the rite. Chat! Stevish wants to present Belief's statement. The High Priest's wife, Believe in Me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of Jinjil-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time of the day before the rite. I believe you're right. I completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of Jinjil pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite.
I I'm not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite.
Oh, right. I taught her about that yesterday. Forgive me your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change.
But what's this?
Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why didn't I believe I had heard something of the sort before? If it's as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report would have to be revised. That's terroristing me, wrong one.
Barbhead, you blinded me with science!
Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for?
No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insights to account for this new truth. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible.
Nick, a change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help. Alright, chat. We've got a new insight. Anything wrong with it? It's the only thing that's changed, so what do you think? I'll let you all think about it. Crypt Warrior, you're thinking about doing heavy? By the way, just as a note, Raifa's current explanation for heavy is the accused holding the defenseless victim down. That is Raifa's current explanation for that. Remember, chat, remember to check your evidence. You don't need to worry about the flame, dude. Just tell me what you want me to present. Do you want me to just present this? What does chat think? So JP agrees, Hanataro agrees, Crypt Warrior is also agreeing. That's 3 agrees.
Objection!
The change of the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface.
What's this? Ah, you were making that irritating face again. Cease that at once.
Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what's important. What the victim saw in his final moments.
Do you have bats in the belfry, Barbhead? There's nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes.
And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the rite, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day. Well, chat. Hanatoro wants to present the newspaper. This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size, but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the rite.
What?
But the victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments?
If you have something to say, then say it.
The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This could only mean that he was killed elsewhere.
What?
What? What? What? Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed?
Yes, tell us where. Otherwise, your argument is worthless.
About that. I hadn't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be?
What is it, Barbhead? Giving up already?
Not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? This shows where the victim was killed. The secret hideout the rebels were using.
The rebel hideout?
There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor, anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw in his final moments. That's 3 people saying it, so let's go for it. The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are 2 distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitively declare they are one and the same.
I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout.
Indeed. What evidence do you have of this?
I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at the second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong?
We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside, so we haven't tested it yet.
Then you must do so at once.
Yes, Your Majesty.
It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Perezalot, just like the defense claims.
Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon onto you for 8 hours straight.
I'm really sorry, but please anything but that! Fire Chief, what's wrong?
Nick, maybe, just maybe,
This is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. See you remember there on the drive to the ground. It's old. Yeah, that's a horrible idea, Fire Chief. What the fuck? That could kill a man. Like, legitimately. Arrgh! And that's not all. If he was killed at the Inner Sanctum, that would explain one more thing. That would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was, the proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Come on, chat. Anatora wants to present the Inner Sanctum photo.
Take that!
That's enough yeses. Why, these are photos of the Inner Sanctum? I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed.
The time was mistaken, and the place too? And just what do you believe that proves?
That my client is innocent.
What of her fingerprints on the dagger, and the plumed Punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence.
Ugh, I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? Really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Really?
What's this? You say you could contradict our argument for a piece of evidence?
Very, very well. See you try. Nick, take a good look at the Rebel Hideout photo. Oh! The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence.
The plumed Punisher theme? And how do you attempt to support such a claim?
Since the murder happened in the Rebel Hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap, is this true? The item that played the Plume Punisher theme song was this. The clock, I mean clock.
Take that!
This is a plumed Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off.
What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song?
Ah! Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened.
I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there be an inconsistency?
Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same.
The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Then someone was there, and the theme to The Plumed Punisher filled the air. The accused plunged her knife into the defensive victim's neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. All right, chat, what do we got? Hello, hello, hello. Please go through the statements. Anatoro wants to present heavy on this statement. Do we agree with that? The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. But tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya?
I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but
there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course. I just envisioned the state Zealot was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness the victim felt was... the only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Oh, the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right, that was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Well, your theory is impressive. You have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death. Rather, he was stabbed.
Oh, yeah.
Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together.
Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can.
How could the dagger have been plunged in after the stab fell on the victim?
The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was?
Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within.
Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So, what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger.
Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century?
Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Something that had a shape similar to the Warbat dagger? Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the victim. Hi, storyteller. Accord wants to present the inner sanctum diagram. Accord says, and your imagination says, wait, no. Your imagination wants to present the inner sanctum photo. Accord says yes to the photo. Everyone's saying yes to the photo.
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took Pere Zalot's life.
Take that!
That's enough people saying yes. But that is the
Warbat statue?
Exactly. The Warbat statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That's what really took the victim's life.
You imbecilic fool. The statue was outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside?
Haven't you heard? The Warbat statue also functions as the hideout's door.
What do you mean?
The statue could pull a complete switcheroo.
A switcheroo?
To put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling towards him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbat statue was right behind him.
This cannot be! But the accused fingerprints were found on the dagger.
She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it.
Duh.
This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbat statue was what killed the victim. Warbat statue added to the court record. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick.
How could this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth.
No, Your Benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth.
Ugh.
Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights.
But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time.
Your Benevolence, are you unwell? All the color is drained from your face.
I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me.
As you wish. Feel kind of bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbad dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was... It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right. The real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did? That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese your foreigners so enjoy. What?
Like those putrid, hole-ridden clumps of curds that only like a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid, hole-ridden brain, has putrefied.
What's his deal with things going putrid?
You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the riot. The Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab towards him, and we know the rest.
I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life.
When the High Priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That was when the accused murdered him in order to silence him.
I believe Prosecutor Senbody has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt. Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things.
The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of, Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons.
So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too? Thought it finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress? Kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace.
A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Korean? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I said the defense's reasoning had a putrid, cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body, on the verge of death.
Now I'm a rotting zombie. think. Who could have killed Zealot the day before the rite? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the rite can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout. And the only person who was involved with the rite had access to the sanctum. And was suspected of being a rebel is... Ah! Did somebody come to mind? Yes, except there's one huge problem. A huge problem?
What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection.
If I don't do something, Prosecutor Sadmati will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Magistrate, I believe there is another suspect in Perez Zalot's murder.
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist.
No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot murder is... Oh, my face tracking broke. Oh, I gotta close the app. A second. Whoa. There we go. Your imagination wants to present trust in me.
Take that!
It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew of the hideout. And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite.
You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales.
Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second. Could this actually work? Oh no, don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men too tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? Just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as... Summon him here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilege! May the Holy Mother strike him down! Peace! I am frankly astonished to even know of such a thing. But spirit challenging is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Durand can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Karain. Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least, I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. We'll decide whether you become the master of Karain. We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming master of Karain. Alright. Thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits.
But even her benevolent Princess Raifa finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen?
That would be me. Is this some sort of joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess isn't capable of such a feat. Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. Your Benevolence?
This is an outrage, I say. First you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling?
Your Benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred right. Foreign devils, I say they should be put to death immediately.
Still your voices. Barbed head, spirit channeling is the most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose?
Yes, I am. Your Benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling?
I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot.
Very well then. Your Benevolence, what if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit?
Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits?
Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure as I am responsible for the safety of all present.
Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I could send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power.
That is a relief indeed.
These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmati? Perfectly, Your Benevolence.
Very well, the accused may channel the High Priest spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. To be continued. You request a break? Okay, we will take a break for JP's sake. I also need to refill my water, so that works out fine for me. So, we'll take a break. 3-minute break, chat. Go stretch your tails. I'll be right back. I'm back. Are the ads over? In 10 seconds they are. Ugh, I gotta be back in the office tomorrow, chat. I was in the office today and I gotta be back in the office tomorrow. I'm not stinky, you're stinky. Alright, JP isn't back yet, so maybe we'll wait. That's deep, man. That's so deep. JP, where are you? We're waiting for you. And I'm just gonna look up, I'm just gonna chill for a bit, have some fun, chat. So chat, if you don't know the answer already, what are your current theories on the case? I think it would be funny if both died accidentally. Oopsies. Oopsie daisies. Okay, I can't wait too much longer for JP. So let's get started. Sorry, Maya. This is the only way. You sure you're up for this? Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least, I hope she can. So you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound too confident. What about all your training? Training's one thing, actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you'll never forget. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear about Inmi's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. Well, I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut as dried and all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. I have been studying here in Karain for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Karain, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Aw, damn, I want a McFlurry, MRL. Wow, she seems really confident.
A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit.
Okay, your benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte?
Very well. If you succeed.
Okay, oh, I will. Just you watch. O spirit of Tarust in me, slumbering in the twilight realm, return now to the world of the living. What is this place? He just goes, what the fuck? You forgot that this is what happens. Oh my!
No! This cannot be!
Volcana!
It's the High Priest! The accused really can channel spirits! I don't believe it! The accused spiritual power is the real deal!
Go Maya!
I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself.
But in me! Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this? Luxurious mane of hair. Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? But in me? My, but if it isn't his majesty, have you too shuffled off that mortal coil? Please do not count me among the dead. It is only you who have passed on. But the spirit medium, Maya Fey, has brought you back among us today. Why, Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling? I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid culture. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes. If you would excuse me. There. That is better. Can we get his testimony now? And I wish he kept his top on. Why, you are that foreign lawyer that people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I've been accused of murder? That is troubling indeed. What's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training. Oh, I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Purezalot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zelot? He has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbot and me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing. I think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of our veneration, even if he is a rebel. Praise be to the Holy Rebel Mother. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Oh my, have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Kurinism, join the rebellion?
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, Defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions?
Oh, right.
Abbot in me, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the rite.
Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy.
Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It's all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sabmati concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey.
The High Priest statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct.
No! But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? Ha 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 ha! It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbot-in-me, your testimony, if you please. MRL, you didn't have to be so weird. You know, you could have just not said that and we all would have been happy. Yes, yes, of course. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon. That's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Ryfoot told me about a spirit's memory.
A spirit memory is cut off at the moment of death.
So even a spirit that's brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled?
Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life.
The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So, the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? We press! I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. You used the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of grain itself you wish to ridicule? Come on, everyone and their grandma knows what alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We have plenty of quarter dramas on TV. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please don't take it the wrong way. It's just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. Are you sure you might know how to use the term? In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's as though as if he had prepped himself for something like this. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. Guests? And you were entertaining them personally? In fact, I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guests could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered. Ja! Do not discount my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. So I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. Mnemonic, got it, thanks. There's a gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life.
There's nothing better than enjoying ginger cuisine with your friends. That way everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous.
Right. I probably pronounced that word wrong too, but that's the first time I've ever seen it, so.
And I believe my guests can corroborate this.
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify.
It was none other than His Majesty along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, now his daughter has grown.
Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Immi. Lady Immi's cooking simply cannot be beat.
So there you have it.
When exactly was His Majesty at your home?
He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period in which Acolyte Zealot was slain.
Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Kachudamal. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home.
My guests that day were His Majesty and his family. They visited from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m.
Yep, Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate?
As sure as sure could be.
Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court.
His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime.
How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact same time as my watch.
Now do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot?
His Majesty's a witness? Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot Immi's alibi. I give up now, it's all over. Now hold on a second. Is there something, anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is? Well then, perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. Jumping the gun there a bit, your imagination. After Abbot Immi was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Now that you mention it, despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead when you were still alive. Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed?
About that.
Open your heart! Let the Holy Mother in! Why, we've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer!
All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul.
Open your hearts! Let the Holy Mother in! Purge your mind of greed! I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear.
How can you be so sure?
What's that supposed to mean?
This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Kurenist prayer.
Huh?
Abbott and me was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened in the hideout. I believe this could be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home.
What?
You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has summarized, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there.
Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus.
Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout... Huh? There's something underneath the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device.
It starts recording whenever it detects movement. And I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and family left. If you look into the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question.
All right then. Bailiff! Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty.
The power of Kurenist prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand now.
It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the contents of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbott and me to continue with his testimony.
Very well.
I heard everything.
I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence.
I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out.
Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Kurenist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the of our people.
How dare he suspect the High Priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind! As if this wasn't ire, right? Ready, whatever, man. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. I don't need 5 people correcting me every time I say a word wrong, man.
I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred.
You were entertaining His Majesty and the family during the crime?
Indeed, my wife, Believe, was treating them to her wonderful home cooking.
Your wife was there that day?
Why, yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time.
Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her all that day.
She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day.
Though the judge never saw Miss Inme. Should I have Abbott Inme add that statement to his testimony? Please add that statement to your testimony.
As you wish. My wife, Believe, was in the kitchen cooking the entire time.
What was your wife making that day?
The menu that day featured Hatton Surpass.
And I feel like these are puns. 1 second. Hatton Surprise and Meltonmont. Meltonmont, like Melton Mouth. And Hatton Surprise.
They are both traditional Kurenese dishes.
I can't even begin to imagine what those are.
Ah, yes! The exquisite zest of Hatton Surprise and the supreme texture of melted mouth.
Melted moth. Hot and spice. Yeah, it's hot and spice. Fuck off, man.
Lady Inby's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left, when I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling.
You heard everything from a recording?
Indeed. Each night, I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret.
Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone?
Long years of aesthetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear.
Practicing curatism improves your hearing?
Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the warbad over the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it?
Give me a break.
It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae.
Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Fae?
I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Fae has an alibi you could prove?
I'm afraid not.
Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Now, I will continue my testimony if I may. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence.
A loud noise. I'd say that's worth looking into.
It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. He must have felt so heavy.
It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I have him add that statement to his testimony? Please add that statement to your testimony.
As you wish. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot. It must have felt so heavy.
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death?
Yes, the sound no doubt was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Zosere mamate yoma. Zosere matame yoma.
I had high hopes for that young man's future. Zosere matame yoma. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? Mr. Wright? Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is tight as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot and me. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left?
Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had.
And the victim's body?
It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Fae must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating.
So when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo.
Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day.
So the stone slab had been put back in place. Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait, I just need a little more time. If you insist. All right. What are we doing, chat? We just got an evidence update and we got a couple of new statements. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. My wife, Believe, was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy. I doubt there's much more testimony I can wring out of him by pressing, and I could tell the judge is growing impatient. There have to be some changes in both the testimony and the evidence. That means there could very well be an inconsistency somewhere. I've got to find it before he returns to the Twilight Realm. Ayugi. I mean, he still got... Like, it still fell on him. Like, that is true. I've got multiple people presenting stuff. And as a reminder, this piece of evidence updated as well. No one seems to agree on anything right now. Nah, Yugi, don't. We only just started. No reason to spoil anything or give any hints yet. Don't overthink this one, chat. Some pieces of evidence updated. And we have new testimony. Don't overthink this one, chat. Purposely Lost Moth wants to present the rebel photo. Oh, whoops. The rebel photo on the last statement. That's 3 yeses.
Objection!
Abbott and me, you said, and I quote, "Poor Zealot. It must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over on Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the Warbat statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. I definitely saw it that time. I've got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boots. Or should I say sandals? Need I remind you, Abbot Imni was with His Majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed, something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because... he must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. Real killer? More 3s before 2s. I saw 3 get 3 votes before I saw 2. That's why I selected it. Of course. That makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who is this real killer? It's got to be someone close to the High Priest. Someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is... That's a bunch of people saying it, so we can commit.
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inme at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inme might have killed Acolyte Zealot. You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless accusation. He had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Miss Inme could have been the one posing as Lady Kira. Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot though he was not a rebel? As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Miss Inme killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Yikes!
You claim my wife is that rebel hunting Lady Kira? And that she slew both Zealot and myself? My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible!
Ah! Yikes! I have never seen the High Priest so angry.
It is as Epidemi stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it.
That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece of this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abademi, your wife, Lady Emi, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her.
How absurd! It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira. For we are blessed with thy her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother.
I completely forgot about that.
That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me at Acolyte Zealot was the accused.
This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly?
You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Imi.
What?
Certainly the accused possesses the strength, or should I say, the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels.
What are you talking about?
My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight.
Then you have figured it out as well, Abademi. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer?
Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how Maya Fey is that murderous Lady Kira.
Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. Maya Fey is Lady Kira.
Acolyte Fey channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman.
But
Do you understand now? Murdered by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another.
the CC capitalized Among Us, Amogus.
Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say, dead proof of her terrible power.
Ah! Aya's ability to channel spirits. It's come back to haunt her.
Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, Defense?
No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. My client channeled Lady Kira's... Isn't that a little far-fetched?
Far-fetched, you say? Why, the very fact that I'm here proves she has the power to channel spirits.
But you've no proof she actually channeled Lady Kira.
Oh, but I do. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it.
Well, it is true she may be capable of channeling Lady Kira. I doubt there's any proof she actually did.
We are talking about the infamous rebel hunter here. That modern-day Lady Kira has captured many a rebel all by herself, and among them have been more than a few great warriors. Who but the real Lady Kira could have accomplished such a feat?
It would be difficult for a mere mortal.
That leaves the real Lady Kira of legend as the only likely answer. Indeed. Is that proof enough that the real Lady Kira of legend has been channeled?
The real Lady Kira of legend. That's an oxymoron if I've ever heard one. Then again, the people of Karain believe legends to be true.
So, it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us.
Lady Kira is an actual person? Do you really believe there ever was a woman that powerful? One capable of battling rebels much bigger and stronger than herself?
There is no way to prove that, but I doubt the existence of Lady Kira is the doubt Kiranism itself. It is not for us to question. We must simply believe.
Yeah, how dare you doubt our legends? You'll regret saying that, you Polkun. Lady Kira's going to strike you down. Well, I won't get anywhere until I can refute their claims with some evidence.
She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman.
Hold it!
A strength far beyond any mortal woman? And just how strong would that be?
You need but look at the wound she inflicted upon my body. Though I had hoped to never have to think about that again.
Your wound. It's pretty deep and there was a tremendous amount of blood.
And while Acolyte Zealot was rather small in stature, he was strong. Nevertheless, he was no match for the sheer strength of Lady Kira.
Maya's spirit channeling is proof that she's Lady Kira? This is not good. I'll have to prove she didn't channel the original Lady Kira. Alright chat, what are we presenting here? Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name. She could have done it. Show it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. Accord wants to present the Tome of Secrets on this statement.
Objection!
Please take a look at this piece of evidence. Anything come to mind? Well? Defense have something he would like to say? That fell on deaf ears. Crypt Warrior wants to do the exact same thing, except on statement 2 this time. Do we agree?
Objection!
The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira?
Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within.
Abadimi. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira.
What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain?
This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. Anatoro wants to present the mask. Pooper. Okay.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit.
This can't be!
Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira.
Oh my!
Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling
Nice tail.
is patently false.
Duh.
And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder.
But then, who was the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper?
Yes, who is this other suspect? If indeed there is one at all. Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Inme was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. And Mr. Arball is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with, Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I just have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunty Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel hunty Lady Kira. You're imagine. Okay, so we got Nayuda and now Zealot and Hanatora saying believe. No one seems to agree. Crypt Warrior agrees with Zealot. Currently, Zealot has the most votes. What are we doing? JP also agrees with Zealot. One more vote, or we go for the other ones. I want 3 votes, so like, except for the person who initiated the vote. So one more for Zealot and we do it. Or we can swap to one of the others if we get more votes for that. Stevish agrees with Zealot. Let's go for it. The true identity of the rebel hunty Lady Kira we seek is... Hooray, Zealot! What's this? The High Priest murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace! I say peace! The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim? Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Miss Inme or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this. You didn't hear the Taco Bell? I heard it. So, yeah, it must have gone off. We did. I think you just missed it, JP. Where did the prayer flag come from? We found it outside the... You mean this thing? I mean, it says on the description where we found it, bro. Crypt Warrior wants to present the warning note. This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmati. You stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira, and the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning letter anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. That would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Miss Imi, and there's only one possible motive. What if Miss Imi is a rebel? What? Fiend, you still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife? Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this! Repent for the mistrust in your soul! Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's print on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the plumed Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all of the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady Imi a rebel? And did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel and was the accused the Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. What's gotten into him? What image? What is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the plumed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. Well, what makes you say that? That clock was working just fine the last I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switched off at all times. No! In that case, I am sad to say that the defense claims does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening. Not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused's scrap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel-hunting Lady Kira, and the victim's killer. I need an opening. Something I can raise an objection to. Plumed Punisher long-teamed Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments. I, too, heard it by way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before?
Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute.
Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbot Emi was channeled. All right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off?
Miserable wretch! That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven.
If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is, in fact, switched off. Come to think of it. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right... We set the switch back into the off position before we left.
I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind. They went... Daga don 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 da don don don.
Distinctive taiko drums in the intro? This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means, and let us also return Abbot Emi's spirit to the Twilight Realm.
Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
Now hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is?
Still, you writhe in defense of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames.
You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now all I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with that statement about the taiko drum intro. This is what Hanataro wants to present.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with his statement. My client's plumed Punisher strap.
What does that have to do with anything?
It plays the Plumed Punisher theme song. And here it is. The theme to the Plumed Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plumed Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if not the Plumed Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard... There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plumed Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Tokyo. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, what is this Steel Samurai for which you speak? The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Tokyo is an action hero show from America. Nah, America. The Plumed Punisher theme is a total rip. It's very similar. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards? That's right. Miss Faye met an avid Plumed Punisher fan here in Kurain. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plumed Punisher strap. And this avid Plumed Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot? Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife. Believe in me. Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness' wrath. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Very well then. Please present your evidence, if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Mrs. Immy was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this. Right now, the family photo is being presented right now.
Take that!
It's right here, in this family photo. Proof that Miss Immy and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters. A family photo? And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here. People are saying the watch.
Take that!
Look at Miss Inmi's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Ah! Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abatibi. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Plume Punisher strap, and Miss and me had the Samurai watch. So, what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Miss and me was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums or something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty. Be not deceived by the defense lawyerly's chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There's a big gaping hole in this flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. No, I'm afraid it's there all right. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For it is if it is as you said, and Lady Imni, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira, then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain. Ah, that means the High Priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Ah, how could I have missed that? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the High Priest now? No! Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the High Priest's murder. You're mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure it out. Who really killed the High Priest? If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the High Priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events in this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? The spring was stained red before the rite. Oh, right. Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the High Priest's murder because of... The spring was stained red by Zealot's blood. That's right, Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second, the High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout, so why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? He wanted to keep the hideout a secret. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? Did he want to... He used the rite to cover things up. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning on concealing the source of the blood of the spring? Stain the spring with his own blood. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was... For us, death was a suicide. I can't believe it! The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What? What's this? The High Priest committed suicide? I have never heard anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid, gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life, but have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? Ah. After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused, Maya Fey, could have done that. It is Prosecutor Sabani says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic. And your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. They're right. The dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite, but what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Of course, that's it! What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon? I've got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial this far, I'll spot the clue I need. Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest.
Take that!
What really killed him has been at the Inner Sanctum all this time. And its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbat statue. You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Abbott and me? No, he lies. Pay him no heed. What? It's... Lady and me? Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Philip, no! Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing! Please, Abbott and me, let your wife speak. Now, Lady and me, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon. The time my husband conducts his daily prayers. And the time Puree was slain. That sound, it's the Steel Samurai alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. So I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop! She knows not what she speaks! Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. But in me! Bailiff, summon a physician at once! The physician is now attending the High Priest. There's no need to fear. Now let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Miss Inme, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite, during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Dat's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared? Yes. Puree was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel. I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Miss Inme. So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was Puree Zealot. Yes, he was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. The secret police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. Even without the DC Act, Durgan's insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say, I got a little trick up my sleeve. So I'd watch it if I were you. Guess you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. The trick up Minister Inya's sleeve was Lady Kira. No! This can't be! My father would never! This must be a bolt out of the blue for Raifa. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that Alkira and his clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police? That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time.
But, this cannot be.
Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder? Peace! Now, Lady and me, please continue.
Ray suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab towards him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur.
Allow me to take it from here.
Abbott and me, are you sure you're all right now?
I'm sorry you had to see that. But you need not worry for me. I am already dead.
Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life.
After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at the time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded.
It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time, after all. So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey?
Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, but surely she would have tried to stop me.
How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprints on the dagger?
I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbat statue.
That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started.
Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand.
But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue?
After I had peeled myself at one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me, as I fell back onto the ground.
How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing?
You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused.
Prosecutor Senbadi, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you, of all people, to understand.
Understand what?
This kingdom's legal system, Miss Inmi's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Miss Inmi's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey.
I fail to see what that has to do with his suicide.
In Corinne, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments.
The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbat statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was the rebel-hunting Lady Kira.
But are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence?
Forgive me your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife.
If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense.
Perhaps, but I had little faith in lawyers despite being a rebel.
How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime.
Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man.
This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been...
Poor Ifa. She's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised.
Mr. Phoenix Wright, it's time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul be charged under that despicable law.
Of course. I'll do whatever I can.
What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty,
Yes?
I ask that you please look after my wife.
You have my word.
Your benevolence, it's time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of Parting, if you please.
Very well. Your
Nice
benevolence.
tail. Perfect.
Please. Really hurting the mood here, chat. Looking at my ass. Really hurting the fucking mood.
Please, allow me the honor. Yes. It would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Miss Inme. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything.
I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love.
But now you can watch over me from the world beyond.
Yes, always and forever.
And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. Farewell, my darling tourist. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I feel great! I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh! But what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love, and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict, and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused, Maya Fey, and her defense, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Yippee!
So, I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, it even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifices to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. The real Lady Kira right here, I wonder which side she would take. Your benevolence.
Huh? What?
I was just wondering, are you alright?
Quiet, you. How could I possibly be alright?
Yeah, she's not doing well at all.
Who do you think you are? Suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insights underfoot, plunging the hall of justice into utter chaos. You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel!
Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual.
What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with the victim's Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart.
I'm sorry, Rafa.
Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama.
That's where you're wrong, your benevolence.
What?
Maya?
How dare you?
Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will?
You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's sacred art? What can I do? My spiritual power doesn't even approach yours. Is that not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Why not? Is it worth at least a laugh or two?
You shouldn't talk like that.
Huh?
Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly.
The station of royal priestess?
The people of your kingdom believe in you. If you really mean all of that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in?
You know not of what you speak.
Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home.
A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner.
It's alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. A future queen and a future village master. Guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence.
Bart Ted?
Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You played an important role in assuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all.
Oh, that is dangerous thinking of a rebel.
Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein.
I wonder if I'm even up to the task.
Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. I never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. Boom! What the fuck? What was that? It came from the hallway! Smoke! We better go check it out! Hurry! Miss Inmi!
Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me.
I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through. so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband. Lady and me, we gotta hurry. That voice, is that Mr. Arbol? I must tell the people, they must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. Hey there, BW! I wish I had more time to talk, but Daruk, everything's ready. It's go time. Daruk? Wait, was that the rebel leader Daruk? Dirk? I think it's Dirk. I think it's Dirk. After them! Don't let them get away! The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. Hey Nick, hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Plume Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. All right, chat. Now that we've had this incredibly emotional story, it's now time for something completely different. it's now time for something completely different. And we're gonna show the teaser. We're gonna give you the intro and we're gonna show it again tomorrow. So if you miss it here, that's fine. But here's the next case intro to get you excited for tomorrow.
Six, seven, eight. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
Shiso's dead? No, do you think he did it? Oh no, if he did, then what we do? Hey, pull yourself together. Don't worry, I have an idea. All right, that's all you're gonna see of chapter 4 for now. So, for now, that's all you get, chat. I'll just make another save just to be safe, but we will do all of chapter 4 tomorrow. It is a short case. It will be done in one. It can be done in one stream. Case 5, however, is the longest case in Ace Attorney history, so we'll be splitting that up in 2 streams, one on Saturday, one on Sunday. So get ready for that. Case 5 is stupidly long. Will there be some case 5 if you get it done early? No, because this case takes about 4 hours long. It's like the same length as the first case of this game. It'll take about 4 hours. So yeah, it'll take the whole stream, almost certainly. And besides, why are my ears always in attack mode? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? That's just how Wicker Beast ears are. That's... You got a problem with that? You feel threatened? Anyway, I gotta go to bed. I have to be in the office again tomorrow. I hate being in the fucking office, man. I might need to find a way to get out of it. Nah, I can't do that. I gotta go. I gotta go in. But yeah, this is a very filler case. It's very fillery. So no plot relevance at all for this case. So if you just want like a fun little relaxation case that helps break the mood up a little bit, it's a really fun case in that regard. So it's a good one to come in and play along with. Case 5, as mentioned, it's the longest case in Ace Attorney history. Like, Bakiri, to put it in perspective, I know you've been watching Koba. He's like, he just finished the first investigation segment of case 5, right? He's like barely through case 5. He's like barely scratched the surface of it. It's like, to put it in perspective, it takes place in both. There's like a part 1 and a part 2 to it. Part 1 is about like 5 hours long, and part 2 is like 9 hours long. And Koba's like halfway through part 1. Bakiri. Just to put it into a little bit of perspective, it is a stupidly, unbelievably long case. In total, it's about like 14-15 hours. It's the longest case in Ace Attorney history. It still only has 2 trial segments. It says that the final trial segment is like, the final trial is like 6 hours long. Maybe long. That's longer than the entire first game. I know, right? It's really long, but it's also really good. I would say the reason why Spirit of Justice is my favorite of this trilogy is because this final case is so good. It is so good. All right, who to raid? If anyone. I might not have time to think, chat, because I really do need to just head right into bed. Like, I have to wake up early tomorrow, and by early, like 6:30 a.m. So like, if I go to bed now, I'll get 7 hours of sleep. You know, sorry, I really don't think I want to think. I'm just gonna go to bed. Sorry, guys. I'm the worst streamer NA who can't network. I'll see you all tomorrow for case 4, and Friday we'll do a multiplayer game, and then both Saturday and Sunday will be case 5. So get hype. I'm going to bed. Good night.